his hand. Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind. Oh, off they go. They're on their way.
Have anything for us to disenchant?
You know, I have been talking all this time and I didn't realize I was muted. So, how is everybody doing? Don't make mistakes like I did. I thought I had been talking to y'all. Apparently, I was talking to myself. Anyways, I was just figuring out my ports. How is everybody doing? We have officially gotten respect our other character. We spent so much money doing this, but you know, it is what it is. I think this character has over 50 divines, actually easily over 50 divines. I'm thinking more, this fucker has those pets. You have a pet, my G. To insult you, a true masochist. Anyways, this character, the new character, has like good gear, though the shield was something I had gotten myself. Though in the crafting of my shield, I got a very spicy shield, which is this guy. I got minion skills, increased damage, increased crit, max life, and that crit is insane. So I was just like, there isn't even a point to like doing anything fancy with this. Just like, this would actually be perfect for my build. I'm like, it's too good. So if I can sell it and make another one, that'd be good. But in any case, this is my current shield. Not nearly as good, but we can't complain. If I can get 30 divines, beautiful. But anyways, we spent some currency, probably like 10 divines crafting this fucker right here. Was probably I didn't realize it was gonna be that expensive, so here we are. This guy was 2 divines. This guy was like 5 divines, because I spammed like 1D of torment until I hit what I wanted, which is one res. Actually, I did it until like 2 reses that I liked. Then I just, suffixes cannot be changed, reforged. What did I reforge? How did I do this? I feel like I got T2 fire res and I was happy with that, so I did suffixes cannot be changed, lightning reforged, so I got lightning res and I was okay with that. And then I got armor and I didn't want to I didn't want to reroll life because I didn't want to spend as much on the piece of gear. So like I didn't want to, for example, get, what's the word I'm looking for here? I didn't want to reforge again or use a veil door, because this base, I'm only using it because this base is still a high level, so I still need to level up, and this is not the best base. I'm just like, I'ma just chill. So that's kind of the idea behind that. I didn't want to spend as much money, so I just spent like 2-3 divines crafting this, and we got this. So and then I exalted the increased armor or something like that. In any case, my experience with this build is a bit here and there, The build is fine, or not when the build is fine. The specters, they are the problem. I'm gonna just run through a quick map, show you guys what we're currently working with. In enclosed maps, they perform really well, but in open maps, not so much. Now in city square, it's more open, so I would say this is like closer to what the average field is gonna look like with them. Damage wise, yeah, all right. I could maybe, I'm thinking it's not as high as I would like single target without the turrets or without the ocean spires, and honestly there are reasons for that. Reason one, I am not currently using, oh yeah, I need to also use my offering. Reason one, I am currently not using the amulet I set out to use, which is the Unetor's Vow. I'm just using the Jinx Juju because I didn't want to spend any money on the Unetor's. I could, but I haven't, or I didn't, so I'm just like, eh. Then I'm also using Feeding Frenzy to make them aggressive, because I noticed when they went aggressive, they were just kind of very awkward to use. Clear wise, like, it's fine, but like there's nothing so special about this clear that I would think it's like insane or anything along those lines. Like it looks cool if you want to say that, but like it's nothing mind-blowing, especially with the amount invested. It's like it's nothing special. And then when we get to like actual single target, you realize just like it just ain't a chief, pretty much. So I will probably be looking through Dominated's channel today just to see if there's something I can revisit with like new technology that's here today, and see if I can make it work, pretty much. I kind of have an idea for a next build, but I also kind of do not want, I don't want to respect this character from like this yet, because I thought about it really. I was considering going, you know, a anime guardian for clear and everything potentially instead of Wraith Lord. There were avenues I could take with this build to just make it better, but you know what I realized? That isn't gonna help the single target too much. It's not gonna do too much for the single target. Why? Because the problem is single targets. AG would help, like Explode AG is gonna help with clear, but I'm gonna be reducing my max specters for an Explode AG. So it's like I'm reducing my single target a bit in that regard for clear speed. That is typically how it is, but in this case, clear speed is not, well, it's not as good as I might like, but it's not really the issue. The issue is the single target, and not going Wraith Lord doesn't solve that. So odds are we're gonna be looking at new specters. I'm thinking the easy choice is to go with Needle Horrors, which was something I already planned on doing. So we could try Needle Horrors. What up, Arcane? How you doing? I was just talking about the specters, or the experience so far. I got the character to, you know, capped res, kind of actually more than capped res, because I have like 77, 78, 77, 77, and I don't even have this cluster yet. So because I have this shield, I got fractured +2 max or res, so that was nice. But yeah, this is kind of what it looks like in an enclosed area. It feels really good, but you'd kind of have to limit yourself to enclosed areas for it to feel anything spectacular. Otherwise, it's just like, okay. Why does there have to be DD everywhere? You know the funny thing? I was watching Subtractem stream earlier, and my dude was running T17s, and he was trying his best to level up and everything. Then he encountered the Wretch Defiler, and he was like, oh, this, and I think it was in Sanctuary or something. So it was like, this map has, you know, Detonate Dead, and I'm just like, all T17s now have Detonate Dead, my G. I don't know where you've been, but I mean, we've been there, we've complained about it, like, but yeah, he has had a fun time with Detonate Dead. Is what I'm saying, pretty much. That ability is just not fucking balanced. This is the problem I'm talking about with the build with these minions, by the way. Their Ocean Spires have a minimum distance, it seems like. So in a single target scenario, they aren't hitting the target you would want them to hit with the spires. The spires would instead go to the walls, and as such, their damage is just gimped. Now, if they were actually hitting the target with like things like this, then life would be good, you know, it'd be chill, but yeah, they haven't been as good as I was hoping they would be. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but it's not spectacular either. It's just there, basically, is what I'm getting at. On the bright side, like, this is T16s, right? And I'm not, like, I'm level 80 right now, but I'm kind of comfortable in them. But I've also spent more than any character should have to at this point, and this is the damage I have to show for it, you know. They kind of just, but yeah, we're going to be looking at different Spectres, and we're probably going to pick a new one to play around with. I already kind of know the one I'm personally leaning towards, because I am leaning towards a few, well, one in particular. I am leaning towards the Needle Horrors. I kind of want to make the Needle Horrors work. Well, not work, they've already worked is the thing. I kind of want to make Code Convert Needle Horrors. I wanted to explore that, so that's probably what I'll end up switching this to. It's going to be the exact same tree. The difference is they don't need accuracy, so I probably just drop this whole thing. Anything that was giving accuracy, I just dropped that. I don't need it. Like, I could actually just do a comparison right now. Exact same setup. I'm not even going to change anything. I can just buy some Needle Horrors and we see the difference. Needle Horrors will probably perform a whole lot better. But let's see. PoE.co. Perfect Needle Horrors. The reality is you don't need perfect Needle Horrors. They do the same damage as the regulars. I just like having at least one perfect, because why not? Like, it's not like they're expensive. But yeah, I made a ton of currency today, by the way. I spent a ton of currency and I made a ton of currency. Not really making, but more selling. I sold a bunch of maps. I sold my blue juice. I sold my Uber Ether fragments, just stuff like that. So yeah, overall we have good money, and we can easily get more good money. T17s are a stupid amount of currency, I'll be honest. Like, I ran 20 maps and after the 20 maps I had more money than I knew what to do with, so I just wasted it crafting. It is actually a stupid amount of currency, man. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the fact that I went 10 div into profits after spending 20 divines on skill wraps for 20 maps is kind of wild, isn't it? You know what I want to do? Let's do this. Let's do this. I want to try using 2 Needle Horrors. So 2 Needle Horrors, 2 Crush Claws, 2 Forge Warriors. Well, we can go 3 Needle Horrors maybe. Why do I need 2 Crush Claws if I'm using Needle Horrors? We can go 1 Crush Claw, I guess. 3 Needle Horrors and 3 of the other one. And see how it goes. Forged Warrior, Forged Warrior. Forged Warrior, Crush Claw. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this crackhead. The crackhead that doesn't stay put. Alright, so we have all the others we want. We just want 3 Needle Horrors at this point. So let's get 3 Needle Horrors, shall we? Yeah, more than 1. All right. I also wish you could bulk buy these guys, to be honest. Maybe you can on TFT. Maybe. Do they have a bulk corpses? Nah, they don't. Oh, wait, the Spectres want to sell though. Is someone really trying to sell Frostbearers and Wretch Defilers for 100C? That is disgusting, I'll be honest. What the fuck? I don't know why, but that rubs me the wrong way. Like, why? Like, yeah, 100C scam is it's 100C for Frostbearers, bro. What? T17s, yeah, T17s are a stupid amount of currency, especially if you farm it yourself. So I'm just in the middle of like farming. I was farming Harbies, but I'm also of the opinion that maybe I should just go back to farming maps. Like I like running T17s, I'll be honest. Like I actually enjoyed my time in Harvest, and getting that much juice is wild, you know. Like I said, I invested 21 divines if you count the other non-1 divine scarab, or 21 divines into Harvest scarabs, and I got 10 divine profit on Harvest alone. Then that doesn't include, you know, having the 8 mod maps. Like I still have a ton of 8 mod maps. I sold a bunch of them today, and I made a lot of like divines and just chaos. Like all this chaos, I had like maybe 100 before I started selling maps. I sold a lot of them. Like I just posted on TFT and decided going out like real quick. So like it's been insane currency. And of course my fragments, with my fragments I made 15 divines of the Eta fragments, I made 21-ish divines on the Maven fragments, and I farmed all of those in those 20 maps. So you can imagine just how much currency I dropped. But again, this is Ziggurats. This is not the other ones. The other, I should be specific. Ziggurat is king. The other ones are trash, in my opinion. No one can tell me otherwise. Ziggurat is goated. You must farm Ziggurats. All hail Ziggurats. You know? Just saying. Because I ended up with like 16 Maven fragments. 16. And each one is going for 1.2, 1.3 divines. I ended up with 11 eaters. Hoping to do them next soon. Maybe next build I can do it on LS, but bosses can be raw depending on the mods. What kind of mods? What kind of mods, I guess, break you? Because I know you can't freeze them, so your defensive layer really comes into play there. How tanky would you say the build is outside of like freeze? No one wants to sell me anything? Really? Really? Thank you. Viper Mappa wouldn't give a fuck about boss mod. You'd be surprised. Running into a map that has a 100% chance to avoid ailments. I'm sure you'll give a fuck about that one. I'm very sure you'll give a fuck about that one. All right, crackheads, calm down, settle down. We have places to be. I know. All right. While we're at it, I want to just take the time to remove this point and slap it on here for AoE, because these fuckers don't stay still. They do not stay still. All right. One last thing. Okay, the reason I wanted to do that is simple. I didn't want to risk a situation where I press a button by accident and I override them. So I like them being the last, so they never get overwritten in a situation where I don't want them. If I accidentally lose levels, they are not the ones that are going to go. You know, I always think about my placements a lot. So let's try, I guess toxic sewer is fine because I still have a bunch of them. I don't want endurance charge because it's not a fair test. I can't run chain until I have my mutable force. Cannot be leech from. I kill my minions. Yeah, more monster life is whatever, but it's also fine. Can't freeze. Life as ES is pretty much a break if I can't freeze because it already takes a bit. Any damage mods from them is a one shot. The rest don't matter, just the boss really, and obviously blue water is a shit ton of extra code and which adds up plus map modifiers. Yeah, when it comes to those map mods or altars, what I do is I just don't touch them until I don't touch blue altars until I'm done with the boss. So I just beeline it to the boss And I beeline to the boss, kill the boss, then I worry about like altars and whatnot. Yay, speak of the devil. Yeah, this character is actually feeling pretty tanky, I'll be honest. And he only has 3k life right now. You have life regen? Yeah, like you see how much better we're clearing, even though this map or has more monster life. Now let's go to the boss. The boss, we might see a difference in single target if we can find it. Yeah, that's where the boss is. Like, this is the problem with I find with them. And keep in mind, these are not good sockets for the these are not good sockets for the needle horrors. These are terrible sockets for the needle horrors. What do I mean? The rain you're seeing, the one that should be doing most of their damage, it's not being scaled. I'm hearing DD. Are you done? Like, the fact that they made explode corpses a modifier is just disgusting, I'll be honest. But like, as I was saying, it's a spell that the rain is a spell, so multi-strike does nothing. Spell Echo would be good. Feeding Frenzy is fine, mere damage is fine, Cold Pen is fine. This one is also a dud because it's a spell, so early damage attacks. They have an attack too, but the attack is not what we're looking for here. Minus cold res plus cold res. Eh. I don't really care. But yeah, if it does sound like your build isn't the most suited for T17s, or maybe you just find a way to fix defenses. I know physical defenses are hard on the right side of the tree. You're already using a lightning coil, I imagine. I think I remember seeing your POB and you were using a lightning coil. So what I want to do is I want to switch some gems out for stuff that would actually benefit my minion. So for example, I'm get rid of melee multi-strike. I want to get rid of this. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to buy some blanchins and I'm going to do whatever. Anyways, you have your lightning core. That's 50% of physical as element, 40%, 50% as lightning, and then you have negative lightning rares. Ways you can get more PDR, I guess. What is your main defensive layer aside freeze? Obviously, that is, I think, my question. Let's get blanchins. Let's get you. Jesus. Okay, no, I was gonna say 3 for 130. Nope, it's still too expensive. 120. 116. 114, I guess. Yeah, 114. But yeah, I want to recolor this, and I want to show you what the difference would look like when I start actually scaling needle horrors, because I think they're pretty good, even though they're all crackheads who like to run out of aura range. Like, this guy is not getting auras anymore. Like, can you all just not be as crackhead as you are? Come here. Like, you convocate them and they're, you know, gone in the next second. Blink of an eye, they're gone. Anyways, while I wait, I'm just going to buy like one off rip. So why would someone offer 48? You might as well just buy it outright at that point. Oh yeah, there's no shortcut for town. So if I can keep, I need to be in a position where I can keep my race Spectre gem in the exact same spots. I can't use 2 red spots. I honestly can't. I wish I could. I can't. It needs to have maybe 1 at best. Like this, I would prefer if there was, you know, we're going to do this just so we, yeah, just so we maintain maximum specters and we don't lose our specters and yada yada yada. All right, let's go and try it again. And also, I don't think needle horrors need feeding frenzy, I'll be honest. I don't think they do. My guy, why? Why aren't you fucking working though? What is that lag? I don't know why it's not working. I do not know why it's not working. Why are you not working? Is having 3... Bro, what is happening? Why are you not working? It's not making sense to me. It really isn't. I'll look for 1 green and all the others being blue. I think I need 1 green, sadly. Do I need to go to a different town? Because I swear I will. What is this lag?
Been an honor.
What do I have open? Why the fuck am I lagging? I don't have anything open. So you're telling me it wasn't working because I was in... Nah, that don't make no sense. This is fine though. This is actually really fine. And I can keep... So with this chest piece right now, I can actually just play around and show you the different supports. So... Spell... Do I have any spell echoes? Yeah, I have an 11 here. Then what else do they like? It's a rain spell. They don't care about proj supports. They like generic ones. Feeding Frenzy, I can leave it in there. Do they like any thing in here? No, nothing that I can think of to use, so no. So we're gonna go here. We currently have crit scaling, but this obviously does nothing for them because we're trying to do scale the spell. I could use conk effects. Conk effect might actually be really good, simply because, well, it depends. Conk effect might be a swap for increased AoE or awaken decrease AoE, as the case may be. Crit could also be something else we could go. Let's see conk effect. Because the reason you might want conk effect is it reduces the AoE, so the rain is more concentrated, which then makes it so, you know. It then makes it so, let's just see. This has plus to early res. I'm scaling. Let's reroll it. I don't any. Well, I guess we did have plus to more monster life, so maybe not the endurance charges though. This is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect actually. It's also more monster life, so it's a good DPS comparison. I am using conk effect, but I would also switch mid clear to... I'm going to switch mid clear to increase AoE, and we're going to see how it goes. Another positive of Needle Horrors would end up being that I can run... I can use like an aggressive wand, whereas with these guys I kind of just... There's a rare I don't like. That's this guy. Kill him, please. I hit that lightning totem. How does this feel? This feels worse because I think it feels worse just because the sheer number of melee minions I have. I have 3 Needle Horrors and 4 melee minions. Let's see. Let's switch back and let's see. So let's see. It's not a perfect one-to-one because there was a green I can't quite fit in because Ray Spectre is, you know what? I should put Ray Spectre here. Yeah, this is clearing much faster. Kind of makes me think. I'm going to start fighting the bosses, and then I'm going to run away. This is what the damage looks like. It's nothing to write home about. So then let's see. Meh. I'm not noticing a big difference here. I'm not noticing a big difference in like just sheer amount of DPS or anything, so all right.
I need more mana.
But yeah, I think we're actually just going to look through minions and figure out if we what we wanna do. If I scale for needle horrors, they are going to perform better than we see. I don't know how well they'll perform by any means, but I think they have potential. But with the way these warriors cyclones work, they are not the way. But yeah, we'll see. My worry with frost bearers, not frost bearers, needle horrors rather. My worry with them is that their clear might be bad, because they have to shoot the raid into the sky, and you of course have to wait for it to land, and yada yada yada. You know, that's kind of a given. This is something you would have to do. So that's what we're gonna do. We're going to look at some specters and see if there's anything we can find that we can maybe use some new tech for, or just make work based off of things that have been added to the game since they were introduced, or whatever else. That I think is the plan for today. So we have to go to Dominated's channel as we always do for specters. Gazi has a new video. Did I not see it? Oh, I have seen it. Dominated. So I'll be honest, right now I'm looking at, I kind of want to make cold work, or at least physical to cold. So physical to cold is fine because of hatred. So we're gonna look at physical based spell specters. We're gonna look at the melee ones, or not melee, ranged ones. I'm gonna see if we figure out something we might want to do. As a requirement, they cannot have some innate conversion. Oh, it's these guys. They convert to chaos. They are from delirium, right? These guys self-destruct. Who are y'all? Oh, these guys have been in my T17s that have the big circle attack. What is that? There is a low base damage physical projectile and toss on cooldown. They have 80% of this. Trash. All the abilities are cooldown related. Nah. These guys are from Affliction. They throw a giant bolt at you. Oh, and they convert to chaos. That's already not good. I already know Mother of Rods, not interested. Curse Captain. Aren't you the one that summons SRS? Oh no, they summon minions that are invisible. These ones. Nope. These are the ones. These are obviously what I think I'm probably gonna do next. Needle Horrors. They are crackheads, man. They are actual crackheads. But yeah, this is their rain projectile. They have two rain projectiles. You see, if you watch closely, they all get hit at the same time. That one is a different attack. That is the rain of arrows type attack. Then the one that's consistently dropping is the firestorm. Watch, it's about to. That's the one. So they have two different attacks. Well, they have three different attacks if you count this straight projectile. But the one we'd really be scaling is the firestorm, just because of how quick it hits. Added damage will be very effective on them, and then just scale hatred, so they do a lot of cold damage as well as physical. Now this ability in particular is a spell, so they don't give a fuck about accuracy with this. The other one is an attack though, so if you want to scale that one, you would need accuracy. I personally, with these abilities, I can't see a visual difference between conk effect and increase AoE, but I guess the difference would be the spread too. So in many ways, conk AoE is probably better. Oh jeez, I don't know that they benefit the most from cast speed either. They could maybe benefit from having an explode AG. That could be an option for them. That would easily clear. That would easily handle clear. And then for single target, their rain, so long as the person doesn't move too much, could be. That I think has the potential to have really good single targets. But yeah, like I actually have a few specters in mind that I could work with. Needle Horrors are one of them. The other ones are not physical as far as I know. See if there's anyone here that catches my eye. Oh, Unatos Trophy. I don't think I know that one. What the fuck is this? Are they the one? These are the ones in Act 1 that eat corpses and spit out a shotgunning projectile. Do I have Glacier? Like, people are still messaging me for maps. Let's see. Maps 8 mod. Glacier. Got some left. Sent rejects. Question mark? I don't see any message from any stranger, so I don't think so. Oh jeez. I had a somewhat long day, so I am kind of tired. But yeah. We'll figure stuff out. My guy, you gonna send out rejects or not? I mean, it ain't my fault. Yeah, this is the rejects for the glacier maps. Let's see. Boom, boom. Yeah, I got a ton of them for you. Not a ton, but like at least over 10. Invite 14. What is 12 times 14 again? I know it's like 160 something, 180, 170 something. 14 times 12. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. 10, 14. Yep, 168. But yeah, I mean, and believe me when I say a part of this long day was gearing this character, because it wasn't easy. Character already is a pain to gear, because like it's not even a character I'll make a build guide out from, even if it were to work, because it is a pain to gear. This is already expensive shit. It's like, no. Thank you. Like, look, like I think it's just the fact that it uses so many bloody uniques, from unique amulet to unique helmet to unique weapon to unique gloves, just unique, fucking unique everything. Belt unique, bruh. It's so annoying, because you need to worry about dexterity, you need to worry about res, you need to worry about, because like you get enough strength on the tree, you get enough intelligence on the tree, so you don't have to worry about them, thankfully. But you need to worry about the dexterity and resistances, and not only resistances, you still need to worry about chaos res. Like even now I'm not capped on chaos res, and this 55% is with Jinx Juju giving me like 29%. If I had to switch an Uno that has 0 resistance, so like upkiss. I had to use my all my jewels for resistances to get to cap all of them. This does not include getting corrupted blood immunity, because I still don't have that. I forgot about it. So yeah, no, it's it was a pain to gear, but hey, it's here. So yeah, we're gonna find. So these are the specters I have in mind. In any case, I had auto enforcers in mind as a possibility. Frost auto scouts are probably up there too, but I don't know about. Bro, what am I doing? I just realized I was scrolling. No, close. Don't want you. Oh, he has a video on the axe bearers. I didn't even see it, but these are based. Oh, these are the axe bearers. Never mind. Yeah, the axe bearers are kind of trash. Kind of trash. Maybe I could also just try a different element. I really wanted to try a hit rate scaling build, simply because I like the idea of fizz as extra. It just sounds like free damage. This is a boss in Act 2, is it not? The Piercer Demon. It is, right? It didn't return, did it? Nah, it looked like it just acted weird. But yeah, spell echo worked with them. High base damage default attack. One of the highest base damage in the game currently. Has some 5% freeze to fire. Deals less attack damage and has a scaling modifier up to 200% at this. It has 5 projectile override, meaning the amount cannot be changed. It has average damage but leaves burning ground. As the projectile travels, burning ground lasts for 2 seconds and it actually has decent base damage. Have 2 slam skills listed. One is to be the trigger and the other being the one that gets triggered. Yeah, he's right. You can still go hatred scaling on this guy and still have like cold as well as fire on it. That I guess is an option. But like this doesn't fascinate me, you know? It's like this will feel like you have zombies with extra steps pretty much. That I think is my problem with like specters like this that just use melee attacks. They have the exact same feel as like zombies would. Like, okay, you use the fire spell, but you're not scaling the fire spell. You're more scaling its attacks and yada yada. So if I could scale the fire spell, let's say it didn't have a cooldown and it had like overlap with the burning ground, then you know that's a different thing entirely. Could make that work. That is not the case. I don't see that being the case because burning ground typically doesn't stack. No, I actually prefer his current style. I actually prefer his current style because you get to see what the minion does versus if it's just when I'm mapping with my specters, you can't see what they're really doing. Like, do you know how many times I've tried to just look at my frostbearers to see, oh, is everybody attacking right now? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, I feel like I can see one just standing still, but at the same time, that one has so many soul eater stacks that it's like, I don't know if you're not attacking. Maybe you're just attacking so fast I can't see. I don't know. Like, having the one makes it a whole lot clearer and a whole lot. There's clarity in what the Spectre is doing, and you can make a decision based off of that. You know. Is there anybody that interests me? So yeah, let me show you guys the ones I was talking about. The Auto Enforcer is one of them. The Auto Enforcer and the Frost Auto Scouts. These are both from Heist, by the way. The Auto Enforcer is so cool, and the part of it that is so cool and I would like to build around but I can't is it has this nuke that, speaking of nukes, I wanted to pull it up. Auto Enforcer. It has a huge cold damage nuke that does big damage. Big. And let's see if it had the projectile tag. Basic projectile. This is their auto attacks. This is their bomb. Their bomboclat. It is actually insane how much damage it does. This is automation bomb. So this is the one that shoots it. They don't have projectile attack, so you can't give them faster approach. I see this having the same issue as Storm Conduits from last league, where it's like when their bomb is down, they might be doing suboptimal DPS. And of course, the bomb doesn't scale well with everything else that is It doesn't scale well with everything else that is making the build good. So like GMP is reducing the bomb's damage, but it's not giving them more projectiles, as an example. Here's my Spectre idea. I'm def running it later in the league as a meme. Perfect pain artist Spectres with crit link spell. I don't like links, but I will look at I will look at them. And go Tripanon. What is Tripanon? I feel like it's a weapon. Reduce attack speed. These weapons critical strike chance is 100%. So they just have 100% crits, but this doesn't give them the crits. But they don't use the weapon. You can't make them use the weapon. This is you. Your critical strike chance is this. They don't care about this modifier. Oh wait, you said you're using Link. I forgot. Okay. Okay, so you want to use links with this. So then they get 100% crit chance, and yeah, you said you wanted to use Link. What is the link again? Intuitive Link? Is it intuitive? I don't think it's actually intuitive Link. No, it's not this. It's Link. I don't remember the link's names. Destructive Link. Okay. Link target has this to crit multi equal to yours. I might see a possible flaw in this, but I want to make sure first. Perfect pain artist. There might be a hole in your plan. Might. Yeah, there is. There is actually a big hole. You know what it is? They use spells. Oh, they're all spells like I thought. Spells don't care about your weapon's base crit, so they might have a 100% base crit on their weapon, but they're still gonna use this critical strike chance because that's how spells work. So they'll still have 1% crit chance. But let's make sure destructive Link doesn't override this. Yeah, it doesn't. It says your main hand's crit chance is equal to yours, so their main hand becomes that, but they're using spells, and spells don't care about your main hand's crit chance. Unless I guess maybe one that attacks do, but like those aren't what they're using. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. If they were using attacks, then you'd be golden. But they're not. I mean, perfect pain artists are fine. Let me see, 78. Their crit multi is obviously really big. They don't have a main hand attack. Yeah, they don't. They don't have a main hand attack. Spells use the base crits on the spell. No matter how high I make my, let's say my wand's base crits, it is not going to affect the crit of like a spark, as an example. Same thing with like this one. Matter Stitching is the perfect example for this. It makes it so the minion's base attack crit chance is equal to this of your main hand weapon. So this guy. This is good, but then remember, there's a reason you only use these on like attack based specters. It is because it only works on attacks, because their base attack crit chance is equal. So you can then give them really high base crit and scale from there. So like you're looking at your maybe your zombies, your crush claws, your whatnot. They use attacks. They only use attacks, so they can benefit from it. But the moment you go into spell territory, it doesn't care. It doesn't care about this. So no matter how much I scale this weapon's crit chance, my needle horrors are not going to have higher base crit on their spells. Now they have an attack that they will use it for, but they don't have. Their spell will not benefit from it. So if these guys had an attack, then it would work. But they don't have an attack. What specifies attack? The other just says main hand. Minion's base attack critical strike chance is equal to the critical strike chance of your main hand weapon. That's just how spells work. Spells don't care about your base crit, your weapon's base crit. Spells only care about the crit on the actual spell. So this crits. What you're saying is like Wretch Defilers would be able to crit with this weapon, and they can't, because the spell they use has a base crit of 0. So no matter what, so you cannot give them crits via that. The way you'd give these guys crits is by giving them flat crits. Yeah, your main hand critical strike chance equal to this. This only, your main hand only matters to attacks, not spells. Spells don't care about your main hand's crit chance. It is not. It is the exact same way for specters. There is consistency there. I mean, you can try it, but I just don't want you to have like, I want to set expectations pretty much. The main hand is only for attack, so if you had to use these with Harry's Watch, it would work because they use attacks. If you had to use it with Crush Claws, it would work. Captain last league did it with Crush Claws and it worked because they attack. Even fun fact, you know how Crush Claws have that Ocean Spire attack, the Water Tornado? That is an attack, so even that would crit. But the moment you go into spell territory, there's a reason spellcasters, i.e. like spark users, don't scale crit on their weapons because it doesn't help the spell. I believe that we can probably even find it here. Spell, do we have crits? Spell crit chance. They don't talk about it, do they? It's like here. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like they talk about it. Crits. Nah, they don't talk about this. Can we talk about crits? Maybe it's within crits. Spells. Spells have their base crit listed on the gem. I think that's about as close to it, an explanation as we're gonna get from here. Additional crit chances, yada yada. But yeah, yeah, it would have been, and honestly, now there's no minion I would recommend that for. there are minions you could potentially look into, you know, your destructive link idea with, but like they don't gain the same crit multi this one does. And I'm sure GGG. Wait a second. You see this one, but this rectifier, never mind. I thought it was the one you wanted. I'm sure GGG intentionally made it so they didn't have a single attack in their repository for situations like that. What up, Spadunkadunk? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I haven't responded. I was looking at YouTube chat, and due to a whole thing, I can't see YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time. So I can, but YouTube chat would have to be like in the back. Feels like it only works for attack based minions. Yeah, destructive link is basically, it only affects attack based specters. It doesn't have to be melee though. It just needs to use attack. So like Hyrie's Watch is a specter that would use it. I don't know if these guys are attacks. I think they use attacks. Nah, they use spells. Never mind. So yeah, Frost Auto Scouts can't use it. What annoys me is the Impale minion that likes to spam his spell. I don't think that's what you should be annoyed by. I think what you should be annoyed by is that the Impale minion can't skill Impale. Because it uses an attack every so often and yada yada, but like to even get to 100% Impale chance for minions is awkward. Because you can get 60% on the gem. Maybe if you scale it a bit more, you can get slightly more, but 60% chance. Previously, you would go, was it Dread Banner? To Dread Banner aura effects, you try to get that to 100%. That was chill. Now Dread Banner doesn't do that, so you can't take advantage of that with Dread Banner. Okay, cool. How do you get 100% Impale now? Now you're gonna need cluster jewels for it, and each cluster jewel node gives like 12% Impale. So to get from 60% to 100%, you're gonna need at least 2 to 3 of them, unless you like try to scale the gem itself. Do Nido Horrors have base Impale chance? I don't think so. So PoE wiki, Impale supports. %, and that doesn't even scale. Yeah, it doesn't even scale. It's just flat 60%. So you're gonna need to Perfect Dancing Sword. Yeah, you're right. Perfect Dancing Sword can do that. It gives allies Perfect Dancing. How much Impale does it give? 20%. So that gets to 80%. And then you can just use 2 clusters to get to 100%. Like, but that is already a decent amount of investment to then start worrying about Impale, if that makes sense. If there's any Impale minion, I would say they're probably the best, but I don't know that Impale would work too well right now. I don't think, like, DPS wise, I don't know it's the best. I don't think it's the best scaling avenue, because I used Impale Needle Horrors for a bit back in Affliction. It was okay. It wasn't as good as the cold variant, but it was okay. And now it's more awkward to hit 100%. So like, I imagine that's not the best. But at the same time, 2 clusters is also not too big of, like, it's not that big of a deal, but it's also an amount of investment you would need to like strip away from somewhere else, like your defenses or your minions defenses, or somewhere else will have to pay for you having 2 clusters, as an example. So but this is definitely a Spectre you would want to use if you're going Impale. I did also mess around with Impale, but that wasn't with Spectres. That was with well, it was with Spectres, it was with runic skeletons. And speaking of, runic skeletons are still in the game. I could look at them, but they wouldn't scale well with cold, and never mind. So yeah, Auto Enforcers, we were talking about their big nuke and how it would have had potential if it wasn't on a 15-second cooldown, which is an insane amount of time, which means you're going to rely on this. Now, their base damage is not bad. Their base damage is not bad by any means. But for an only Spectre build, I don't know that's enough, especially considering the fact that you can't use returning projectiles. And the reason you can't use returning projectiles is that it completely invalidates their bomb. Like, I think in Dominated's video, he uses returning projectiles all through, so it's not going to do damage because it's just going to go back. Now, they also have this other skill. They have a... Where's their basic attack? They have their basic attack. And then they have this ability on a 12-second cooldown, which shoots this 3 times. So this could also increase the amount of DPS they do at every 12 seconds, which is nice. But like, it's 12 seconds, not that big of a deal. So that's the problem with this one. Then I think we also have the Frost Auto Scouts, which are, again, they're pretty cool. They have no base crit, so you can't skill them with crit, sadly. What else? Let's go 78. They have really good base damage, and they have a mortar that's on a 6-second cooldown, so it's kind of nice. Let's look at them, I guess. AoE, Frost. It's just not having access to crit is one thing, though. That is one thing. Okay, had a video on them, but this is what they look like. That's their mortar, and then they just shoot projectiles. This is them without pierce, of course. So like, and their mortar also, you know, benefits from spell echo. So like, you skill a lot of cast speed. They will do good damage, but I don't know that their damage ceiling is all that high or that impressive. And another good thing I'm now noticing. Wait, is that a good thing? Oh no, it's not. You can't use return projectiles on them because it fucks with their mortars, which is how mortar minions typically behave, which is very annoying. But if you give them returning projectiles, they can't use their mortars, which means you have to skill them without return projectiles. Let's look at corpses. That's what I want to do. Let's look at corpses. Let me see something also. Perfect Needle Horror. It has a 0.9 cast time. No CD. I'm just wondering if there's even a reason to have, like, to scale cast speed with them. if there's a point, is kind of the idea. I don't know that there is a big point because it doesn't increase the speed these come down with. Maybe you can say it increases the speed they get through the others, but like, and rapid fire. Anyways, corpses. Let's see if there's anything cool. Fiery cannibal. Did Dominator make a video about the fiery cannibal? And by video, I'm kind of hoping I would. I want to see their cremation. Maximum of 3 geysers at a time. Fire store additional projectiles. They have their flame dash. They have their firestorm, which is also, you know, a good ability. Let's go to 78. Base damage is not the best, but it doesn't have reduced effectiveness, so they could benefit a lot with increase to that. They also use molten strike. I want to see if they ever use this one. It might be a case of using one frozen cannibal simply so they use cremation, because cremation is nice. And at the end of the day, these are the only 2 that actually come as a pair. What do you do with your perfect version? Glacial Cascade and Hammer. Oh, triggers Ice Nova and Ice Crash. So let's see what these 2 do. So you have decent physical damage and everything is converted to cold. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Let's go. Glacial Hammer. Probably not what I want you to use. 50% converted to cold. You know, not the best, but if you do, it is what it is. But then you have Ice Crash, which is what it does when it's empowered. Slam the ground, damaging enemies in an area around the impact in 3 stages of increasing size. Enemies take slightly less damage on the 2nd and 3rd stage and only hit by 1 stage. Base damage is not the best, but like for something that is gonna, you know, re-trigger is fine. And then we have Ice Nova. There we go. So that's cremation. So wait, what is she doing? Because she casts that and then she just stands around. Oh wait, I think this is when she was still bugged. I remember them fixing her because she wasn't even casting her aura back then, and they bug fixed her. So he's going to keep doing this, and this does, of course, does decent AoE. Wait, what did he just do? So he walked up and then he still did his Glacial Cascade. Why would he use his Glacial Cascade in melee range? Let's see how they even engage the first enemy. Did he shoot from range? He walks up to then use it, but then he does an Ice Nova, so it's fine. The Ice Nova doesn't look bad, to be honest, in terms of base damage. He uses his Glacial Cascade a whole lot more when he has Spell Echo. Yeah, he uses it a whole lot more when he has Spell Echo. Like, maybe he has an internal cooldown that's not showing here. Maybe he has an internal cooldown that's not showing here. And what happens is that by the time he repeats it, it's off its cooldown. And as such, he can use it again. Maybe that's the case. Let's see what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to cast Cremation. She can have a max of 3. Right? She does Flame Dash, which is unideal. She has a melee attack that she will probably end up using. She has Firestorm, which is fine, and I actually do like Firestorm, though our cast time is a lot higher than Needle Horrors. She has attacks and spells, though. She has a Molten Strike. I kind of want to try this. I'd be losing money on my Needle Horrors, and I don't care. Let's test it. I mean, we might as well. We can't get rid of these two though, so you just have to come along for the ride. Perfect. Fiery Cannibal. She is more the person I'm curious about and how she uses her shit. So we'll buy one of her and we'll buy one of the ice guys, Glacial, whatever his name is. My guy, you posted this 6 minutes ago. How are you not responding? 6 minutes ago. Anyone else wish there was like a bulk buy for freaking corpses? Because like, why? Or even if they were in the exchange, well, they don't stack, so they can't be on the exchange. Technically they can't because they come with the exact same thing, but then they have different corpse levels, which inherently is useless, but you know, that's the story for another day. I don't know why they call me corpse levels when it doesn't affect anything or anyone in the slightest way, like, but they do. Okay, I think I'm just going to blitz through a lot of people and hope somebody replies, because there we go. Never mind. I'm gonna give you 5. Who is this? Mouthix. Oh, that's kind of cool, MTX. That's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Kind of cool. But anyways, let's test it. If she still does only the one thing, if she only does the cremation, then it'd be obvious, and it'd be dead on arrival. Yep, she does other shit now. Plus, there's the added benefit of the fact that she's gonna give you max fire res. Let's give them Feeding Frenzy, because I kind of want her to be more offensive than the others. You have to get used to hearing burn though. Die! Burn! Die! Burn! Like, we can't exactly burn it for a dead, so pick one. It's funny how Oak is just having a field day with my hatred. Okay. I kind of wish we could re-itemize corpses, because right now I want to test specters and I can't really because I have an Oak, but Oak costs 1 divine and I'm sure as hell not gonna fucking get rid of him, you know. So I kind of wish we could re-itemize them and just put them in a backpack or something, or even if it becomes bound to the character, you know. My Needle Horse didn't need to go, but they were a necessary sacrifice. All right, let's get the other guy. Perfect. What the fuck is his name? Hilric, my guy, what is your name? Perfect. Frozen Cannibal. I really want to get rid of these guys. Like, you're messing with my test, but I can't, because if I step out of my hideout, this is what happens. It clears. I don't want to lose 1 divine. Who accepted? Kokodada Settlers. Interesting name. Oh, he was one that used the flame dash. I'm like, yo, is this chick becoming sentient? You muted your sound effects a long time ago. Oh, if I have map portals, it stays? I guess I can test that theory. Let's just open the map. The tier 1 map is something I never use, so it's open. I'm going to just throw I want to throw a Desecrate. Maybe I should test. Now I'll test it out. I'll just drop Desecrate on there, and if it stays, then I know. But yeah, I don't want to risk my 1 divine guy. Like, I can for science in theory, you know, because I mean I have a lot of money, you know, but at the same time I kind of don't want to throw it away. It is different. Okay, let's do Spell Echo. I want to see how many of the guys that she's going to drop.
When I'm ready, and not
I'm gonna be honest, these fuckers are freaking messing up my maps, my test so much. Like, I can't tell what's really happening between the freaking onslaught guy throwing freaking magma everywhere. Okay, good. Something like that. Like between Oak just doing his own thing and oh, I saw her molten strike finally. None of them only I'm gonna try to stay at the edge of the screen and look. Because Oak right now is not aggressive. But anyways, they are actually giving me hope, Loki. Now, of course, that doesn't say anything. Like, that is obviously in just Blood Aqueduct. But they also didn't have any support gems. So... does it work? Let me see. Alright, let's see. I think it's just very unreliable. I've had moments where I could even log out and it's fine, and they're gone. That is reminding me of South Park. What the investments in and where to put my money, like, and it's gone. But yeah, it didn't last. It's gone. But yeah, looking at base damages though, let's look at your base damages. I think that's what we should do. This guy has physical converted to ice. This one has fire. So in order to fully, let's do something. Elemental and there's no weakened version of this here. Nah, there isn't. Okay. Pressure Hammer is a much slower skill and not as interesting. Oh. Oh. Interesting. So you're telling, wait, you know what? I just realized I have purity of ice and purity of fire, so like I'm fear me. I have max res and resistances, even though it's not the best auras out there. But fear me all the same. Okay. So if I had to scale these two, what would I do? The Ice Nova procs off of the Glacial Cascade, right? Yeah. So those honestly would be what I would want out of this guy. I would honestly want those two, but he's gonna use his hammer, and his hammer is gonna use his crash. And the crash, of course, has the base damage of this, which is in the highest, and then it has less damage on the second stage and even less damage on the third stage. So how do we work around this? This, on the other hand, has like really good damage, like this physical damage, and converts everything to cold. This line makes it so we cannot convert his damage to fire though. So we can't have them do the same type of damage. Can we get PoE to Spectre system already? I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I want it so much. One thing that on how it wouldn't fit in PoE 1 though is like if it's per gem, then instead of having 6 links, we might just have, if we want to use 2 different Spectres, now we have to deal with 2 5 links. But of course it works perfectly in the PoE 2 system. I do wish they would create a kind of solution, or you know, something to help with the situation in PoE 1, but the reality is they probably won't. So if I were to scale physical damage, this guy would benefit, but you wouldn't, because all your damage is base fire. Your melee has phase to fire. but you are primarily just base fire damage. You are base fire damage. Jesus Christ. So 0.9? I guess this just means... So this doesn't affect our max res? Is that what you're telling me? Because if it's plus 0.8, it shouldn't increase our max res, but my fire is higher. My fire should be higher, but not by my core, or than my core should not be higher than lightning. Because I have this node. If I can click, bruh, can you open? I have this node that gives me max fire res, but that's about it. Everything else should uniformly increase everything else, so I'm getting at least 1 max res from them. Wait, at level 80 it gives 2? Is that what you just told me? Oh, at level 80 it gives 1. So unless you get to level 80, it's not gonna give you. And I have a level 26 gem. So if I had to remove 1 level, it's gonna break. They still give 1 res. They still give it. So how do I scale this build in the way of added damage? Since the frozen cannibal likes physical damage but doesn't mind cold damage, but the fiery cannibal likes fire only. If I give both of them flat fire, that would help both of them, but I would have to scale both ice and fire. Now hatred would scale frozen cannibal pretty well, but it do nothing for fiery cannibal. Zealotry would help both of them because they all use spells. Like I don't think it's like they both have melee attacks, but they all use spells, so zealotry would be good. This is an attack though. This is the only attack the fiery cannibal does, or the only skill the fire cannibal has that does face to fire, and it's only 60%. If it was higher, maybe, but this is the only one. Everything else is base fire. What do I think this creature does the most that I might want to take advantage of? This is not bad. Firestorm is not bad, especially with flat damage. Cremation is also not bad. If I have multiple I don't understand this maximum. I'm hoping it doesn't mean amongst all 3. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna compare this. We're gonna duplicate you. We're going to go to the Caldera Ravagers, and we're going to look at wording. Maximum 3. Now I remember that these guys had 3 each. Once they did the ability, they would all have 3, and so everybody, and if you had like 5, you'd have 15, for example. And if that is the case for the fiery cannibals, they can have 3, and you can have X amount of them. I'm thinking, if I had 3 of each and I scaled this one likes flat damage, flat fire, because this hits a lot, this hits a lot. You like flat damage, but you don't like flat damage because this doesn't hit that often. It's a big hit, it has good base damage. You like increased damage. Same thing with, I guess, you like increased damage overall. It's like they just want different things. This one wants ice, you don't want. This one wants physical, you don't want fire. This one wants increased damage, you don't want flat damage. How do I scale fire and ice without forgetting one or the other? Support gems is a no-brainer, like that I can deal with, but like exposure becomes tricky. If I give them code pen, they'll get code exposure. but I'm going to be using elemental pen, which gives neither exposure. If I use hatred, then fire is hold to fire. Didn't I read somewhere that skills don't convert twice? So if it converts to cold, it wouldn't convert again to fire. AoE converting elements twice. Multiple damage conversion. All code file elemental modifiers will all apply, but elemental will just apply once. Okay, so you can't convert twice. So I can use code to fire support. %20 of cold damage as extra fire, and supports 50% of cold damage converted to fire. So if I do this and I scale flat cold damage, including hatred. Wait a second. Wait. Let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. So if I do 100 physical damage and that all gets converted to cold damage, and then I have, let's say, 100% physical to gained as extra cold, that would then be 200 cold damage done. But then this would then gain 29% of that cold damage as extra fire damage, giving you a total of 30% of that. What's 10%? 10% is 20, so it's 260 damage total, but like it'd be 60 extra damage as fire, and then 50% of that cold damage, i.e. 100, then gets converted to fire damage. I'm already confusing myself. I'm going to write this down somewhere. 100 cold, 100 fizz, 100 fizz as extra cold. Equal 200 damage so far. I should put a percentage. I don't convert. Okay, so we're going to be doing 200 damage because we did 100 fizz that gets converted to cold. So that's 100 cold damage so far. After every step, I'm going to put it 100 cold damage so far. Then it's going to be 200 cold damage so far. Then you then take into account this spell, which has two effects. We're going to take the two effects separately. The first is 50% of cold as fire, which would then be equal 100 fire, 100 cold. Still 200 damage so far. Then the extra is like 29%. I'm going to approximate 30%. 30%. cold as extra fire, which is 60 damage. Yes, 60 damage. Which is 60. So that then gives us 260 damage to 60 after everything is done. And then you just have increased cold damage, which would scale both the cold and the fire portion, I guess, but not double dip. So if I give them all flat damage, all flat cold damage, right? Oh, you're not sure how the conversion works with minions? Oh, it works. This doesn't say it can't support minion gems, so it works. It's gonna work. So if I give them, like, let's say 10 flat cold damage, then they would end up doing 5 cold, 5 fire, and they would also end up converting 3 or getting 3 as extra, so they do 13 damage instead of 10 cold damage. So if I were to use cold as fire, cold to fire support, and I give them both flat cold, that would help what's it called, my fiery cannibal, by still having like flat cold, that being converted, it still gives more flat fire and more flat cold, just more flat damage that this can then propagate, and this can propagate, right? All right, so we can do that. And then, but then primarily most of our damage at this point would be fire damage, even though we do some cold damage. So now then the question is, do we do enough cold damage to warrant going elemental pen, or do we just YOLO awaken fire pen and then gets fire awaken fire pen, get fire exposure, and you just ignore, like in that same example, 10 bonus cold damage, 5 goes to fire, 5 goes to cold, so you're going to deal with the 8 that is now fire damage, and you're ignoring the 5 that is cold damage for the most part. Now that 5 that is cold damage can be supported by everything else, i.e. awakening minion damage. It can support that. I'm noticing it. Where is this? Okay, they all have base crit of 5%. That's fine. I probably wouldn't even scale crit to begin with. But as I was saying, you don't, just to confirm, you don't use an attack, right? Glacial Hammer is an attack. It's fucking an attack, man. Am I a joke to you? No, I actually want to know, am I a joke to you? Why is this an attack? Why throwing an attack here? That said, like I said, if we were to follow this video, Spell Echo, once it was thrown in, made him cast the spell a whole lot more, because, like, look, this is how he was before, I think. Glacial Hammer, spell, Glacial Hammer, maybe we just ignore the Glacial Hammer. Either we ignore the Glacial Hammer, or we just go ham on scaling Spectre level. Okay, this is lol. This is exactly what lol. That's always fun to see. Let's open POB real quick. Let's open POB. New. Ray Spectre. Perfect frozen cannibal. Oh, it's already applying it. That's pretty chill. There's an update? Nah, this isn't an update. This is just them trying to remove my Forged Warriors. And even if it is, I don't think I want it right now. Anyways, all things considered, level 100. Looking at Guardian Pinnacle bosses, they have an accuracy of 67. But if we were to get to gem level 26, it goes to 74. So maybe we can squeeze out like level 30. Then we have a 79% accuracy. Like 1,600. It's still not ideal. So I don't see myself scaling crits with this build. So precision just seems like a whole waste. But with precision, it helps dispel portion and the melee portion and this attack portion, because spells and attacks would gain the crit chance, and then with the extra that we can get to a much higher accuracy. So precision might just be a no-brainer to run, and of course we can still go generosity to then just try to squeeze out as much. But this is a level 30 gem, which I would realistically never get to. If I were to follow the POB of like my Frostbearers, 28 is like where I am comfortable getting to. Anything past that is just unnecessary pushing. Like I still get to 92% accuracy, and I think this is fine. I think this is fine. What do y'all think? Like this, for a skill I don't give a shit about, this is fine, honestly. Because I really don't care. I really don't. I would want to also start them off doing half and half. So half fiery cannibal, half frozen cannibals. Maybe. And eventually I see myself reducing my frozen cannibals for fiery cannibals, if I'm being honest, but we'll see. You know what I realize? These fuckers are quiet AF. Like these two, they haven't made a peep. They be quiet as shit. Except I think one of them sounds like they're crying or something. I don't know. But like nothing near oak levels of noise. Or Frostbearers with their ice traps. Could go all in on one type. I could go all in on one type and then have one or the other to just empower it. Like honestly, I could have a setup like this where the frozen cannibal is even in my hungry loop strictly, and he's strictly there to empower, because if I don't think they have to be on the same gem. It just says if while empowered, if allied this is nearby. So they just have to be nearby, so I just have to have them around. So I could literally have this one on like a support link elsewhere. This could be my source of like feeding frenzy or whatever else, and that's all it does, you know. That's something I could do. But I like the idea of mixing them. I like the idea of these two were designed to be used together. So I kind of want to make them work together, if that makes sense. It would be awkward, and like I said, I'm just going to ignore this. I'm ignoring this. If this hits, cool. If it doesn't, who cares? Because it triggers, because look, Glacial Hammer triggers this on hit. I thought it was just while empowered. If it's on hit, then it needs to hit to use it. So every time it misses, it doesn't trigger this either. And this skill right here just says no to visual clarity also. So there's that. Whereas if we go on the other side, none of these need... Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I forgot. This fucker also needs accuracy. Never mind. Bruh. This guy also needs it. Like, bruh. Because this one uses Molten Strike. So they do need accuracy. Both of them. It's not just the one or the other. That's a burden they both share. Maybe just go Flesh Crafter and crits. I don't like the idea of crit from 5% because it takes so much investment to get going. What do I mean? You'd probably need like increased critical strikes to then bump the base crit to 7%. You would maybe want to use something else like a mark to increase that base crit some more. You might want to use Brittle Ground. I don't like the playstyle of Brittle Ground, and it prevents you from using +2 boots if I remember correctly, because you have to use Eldritch implicits, whereas +2 you have to be Elder, you know. So you can't use +2 boots. I prefer +2 boots. I don't like basically going crit on minions right now is very difficult and very high investment, because you would need... I think that is largely due to they having for the most part 5% base crit, which is just, and it is hard to scale. You just, to get to 100, you can't get to a reasonable crit chance from 5%. You can get to 30-40%, but like that's it. Getting more than that requires significant investment. At even 40%, this is all the crit investment that minions have. Boom, that's it. Nothing else. This is all, and this is a problem. Like, this is 25, 20, 60. That's it. That's all you get from the tree on crit chance. You then have to find, like, use clusters to get vicious bite here, vicious bite. You have to use, like I said, other sources to increase your base crits. Sorry, to where it becomes something you can use. Like, I'm not a big fan of it. I would rather just use like conk effect to make it so they are unnerved, and conk effect has a big multi in and by itself. So ignore crits, go conk, not conk effect, control destruction rather. Go control destruction, and you know that is the case. So basically, to scale them, I'd give them a whole bunch of flat hold alongside my flat fire, alongside my flat life rather on Joes. I don't need to give them movement speed. For the most part, they have gap closers. The fire has flame dash, and the ice can shoot projectiles. But he likes to run up all the same. Wait a second. I feel like I saw Dominated post a video once she got fixed. Yeah, he did. Oh, he did have a clip of that. So we'll skip to the end, most likely, but let's just see this for now. He is punching. Yeah. I feel like they have a lot of AoE. Between these, like, the ice guy is all AoE because he hits his Glacial Cascade, Ice Nova. He hits his Glacial Hammer, Ice Crash. They all do like big AoEs. while the fire one is more single target. She has cremation that has overlapping projectiles. She has firestorm, overlapping projectiles. She has a lot of effectiveness of added damage because of all these overlapping projectiles. So realistically, you do want to find a combination of them to where they kind of together take care of everything, because without the ice guy, then the fire doesn't clear as efficiently. Like firestorm is it's gonna be like clearing We Need a Horror pretty much, and I still have like mixed feelings on that. I don't think it's gonna be the best, but you mix them together, maybe you have potential. I think I want to try it. At the very least, I think I want to try it. Because I'm a cremation enjoyer. I like cremation. I love cremation. The damage potential it has. That being said, I hope it doesn't have the same problems that the cremation... What is this? Anyways, I hope it doesn't have the problems that Caldera Ravagers had. Which is that... What was the Caldera Ravager problem? Their problem was... What was their problem again? I need to... Caldera Ravagers. Oh yeah, their cremations were always spaced out so there'd be no overlap. But I think... Let me ask Stormblind if he has... I'll message him in-game because I think he responds quicker because of the sound. Someone send me a request. I don't know who that is. Do you have a clip of when you run fiery cannibals? AFK, god damn it. Send it on Discord, but I don't think he's gonna respond. I guess I could check his YouTube channel. I don't know if he posted anything there regarding this in particular, but he might have. Karuri, Forge Piercer Demon, Static Witch, Bendigo, Spirits of Fortune, Wickerman. Yeah, there's nothing. No, there's nothing. We're just gonna YOLO it. F it. Will POB see if POB has... Perfect. Fiery. Do we have Firestorm? Including DPS, by the way. Good, take this down to 21, please. I don't forget. So Firestorm is this. Control C, Control V. Then the second one is gonna be the Frozen Cannibals. And I'm gonna look at your... Alright, so we have both of y'all. Wait a second, Ice Nova. It doesn't show DPS. Glacial Cascade, it does. Glacial Hammer, it does. Why does Ice Nova not have anything? It doesn't have any information. And there's no way for me to set the skill number for Ice Crush. Like if it's the first hit, the second hit, yada yada. I can already tell this is not going to be accurate. That is not Ice Crashes. The Ice Crash I've been seeing, that is not how short it is. Like that is not a small radius, my guy. It is nowhere near that small. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to create a POB. We aren't going to care about the DPS numbers here because even for Firestorm it's not accurate, so like it's not accurate regardless, so it's fine. I'm gonna delete this one simply because I don't have to put links in 2 different places. So we're gonna support them with, like I said, code to fire. Then now majority of the damage, both the ice guy and the fire is fire. We can throw in an, how tanky are they? I'm gonna throw in Awakening Fire Pen, I'll be honest, but we'll see. How tanky, because how tanky are they? 36k. 36k. So they're about as tanky as a Frost Bearer. So not too tanky is the TLDR. They do help each other with resistances, so that's good. But nothing in the way of chaos. None of them have high chaos res. They all have 0% from what I can tell. Let me just make sure they're 0%. 0%. Yeah, they both have 0% chaos res. Again, I'm going to be scaling mostly the fire damage, because even like only this one does cold damage. When I give them flat cold, they will both do some cold damage, but then 50% of that cold damage would still be converted, and then 30% would be gained. So like 80% of that cold damage would be converted to fire in theory, or to cold, to fire. Yes, to fire. And then only 50% stays as cold. Now if I had to scale the whole hit, I'd be scaling 130%. But then I'd be scaling the 80% that's fire less. So the 80% that's fire will be doing less damage, but then I'd be using 130% damage. So I'll have to figure out if it's worth it, because like this one has 39% fire pen, but if I had to go elemental pen, that is 20% ele pen. So not only are we losing exposure, we're losing 10% pen to set fire. And because these are all hits, they're all losing it, right? And then this also deals increased fire damage, whereas so that's just an extra bit of damage on the fire portions, right? So we're gonna be losing a lot, but I guess this also gets increased elemental. So like it doesn't matter, because this will apply to the cold damage and the fire damage, you know, portions. So it would evenly raise that up, but again, we lose any form of exposure. We can also, in theory, if we really wanted to, we could use this elemental equilibrium and then just shoot out lightning projectiles, which would then cause the monster to have minus 25 of, you know, the 2 different types of res, i.e. fire and cold. So that is the kind of middle ground, and then ele pen just to penetrate what's left. But then that would be a lot of pathing to get to this point. Like, this is a very, very far away area to get to. And I'd realistically not want to get that far. We have the witch, we have the necro. Yes, yes. What do we take last? We can take this for AoE. AoE is bad for firestorm, but it is good for cremation. Actually, no. I kind of want to just play off of the Forged Warriors POB, because I think I tried it, it's not working out. I gave it a fair shot. If I were to make this specifically good for them, honestly, it's not bad. It's just it's scaling too much into attacks using Mata's teaching with versus using an actual wand with damage. You know, a trigger wand and all of that. Like, they would gain no benefit from my Mata's teaching. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of spirit offering, we probably want to go I want to say flesh offering. If not for anything, just for now. I don't think I have a single flesh offering gem. So they get attack speed, movement speed from this. Okay, cool. Then for support gems, like I said, we'd be going cold to fire. We have spell echo here, feeding frenzy. Feeding frenzy doesn't necessarily need to even be here, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Then for pen, I said we would want fire pen. So I'm gonna leave it at that. We're gonna get fire pen. Okay, let's just get fire pen here. And I could go elemental focus, but I don't want to. I don't like elemental focus, so I'm gonna go control destruction, which realistically is what I would have gone regardless. I don't have minion damage anywhere. Maybe I'll put it in place of feeding frenzy. We'll see. This map in theory should be harder than Blood Aqueducts. And I only have 2 of them, so I wanna see. Hatred doesn't do anything for anyone except the ice guy. So I need to swap hatred out for something else. What do I replace hatred with? Anger? Anger gives a whole lot of flat fire, which isn't bad for the fire person. It's not bad for any of them really, but it's not a lot of flat damage is the thing. It's not a lot of flat damage. Visual clarity is a thing of the past though, so By the way, this is purely me just testing it. Because I only have 2 minions here, but I kind of just want to see what they look like. If I'm to also convert these guys, I can't give them flat physical because they don't do anything with flat physical. So now the question, do I give them flat fire? Giving them hatred doesn't do anything for the fire, so like hatred is a no. Hatred is a no. I guess I just kind of have to go anger. I think I just have to go anger. Oh wait, anger is red, is it not? All right, 1 green and 1 red. Socket number 3 has to be red. And then number 4 is going to be blue. Like 1 divine is even excessive. I want... This is 3, so 150. 1. Okay, 3.6. No, 3.5 is the highest, so 160. Then I'm gonna just buy like a quick 30.
Long day.
You need to be red. Just give me red already, my guy. It ain't hard. Just red. Give me red. There we go. How are you tonight? This is how I am. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, let's go. Let's get some more quick Val orbs, right? I kind of want to cancel this now, but I'm doing all right. The Spectres I was trying out disappointed me. They just felt awkward. I didn't like how they played, so I just dumped them. Now I'm trying out something else, so we're gonna see how it goes. No way this doesn't hit right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 2 yen. Give me Vals.
These exotic coins. Not happy about it, but not grumpy either.
Okay, this is fine. Oh wait, you won that? Never mind. Oh. Screw you, 2 yen. You didn't give me what I wanted. So 3 linked sockets. So that'd be generosity, precision, and anger. You know, I didn't even check that anger was red. I'm just assuming. Like, it makes sense that anger is red, but just assume it. That could have been a very bad assumption. Then... Alright, so we have anger going on. I checked my POB and with my new tree and items, I'm at 7 mil DPS. Now I know it's not a lot by your standards, but it's my strongest character so far. I mean, 7 mil DPS is... That's good. Congratulations. My standards are... Honestly, my standards... I don't even have standards for DPS. Like, I have standards for DPS when I make build guides. But, like, when I'm just chilling, doing my own thing, 7 mil is fine. Like, think about it. There is hardly any content that would not, if it doesn't kill you, that you can't clear with 7 mil DPS. It might take a while, but you can probably clear most content with 7 mil DPS. Heck, 7 mil DPS for the most part is... I feel like that should be over 1 mil Uber DPS, right? So like, you're chilling. You're chilling. If my math is mathing at least. You know, my brain don't work all the time, but I think it's over... I think it's over a mil Uber DPS. Yeah, congratulations. Ita and Exarch down. What are your bossing plans this league? Do you plan on beating... Do you plan on trying all the bosses? Do you plan on just mapping? What's the goal here? In the meantime, let's actually buy more of these corpses. We'll start with frozen cannibals. We'll buy like 3 more of it. Let's say 3 more. 2 more of it. We'll buy 2 more perfect frozen cannibals. And then we would buy... Oh. I'll be honest, I didn't expect you to reply that quick, so... Is it this one? No, it's Pyrolich, right? Going as far as I can, love to see it. Well, I hope you're able to beat every single boss. For the most part, honestly, the bosses are just... If you can play with the mechanics, you'd be surprised how little DPS you actually need to beat them. I mean, wasn't it like Ben or someone that beats... What is the lowest level they've beaten a pinnacle boss? I feel like it's level 28 or something. Like, it's something outrageous. It is something actually outrageous. So yeah, like, for the most part, it is just... Oh. I did not expect you to reply after all this time. I think I'd even remove the trade window, so I can't even use the trade window there. Oh well. First time I made it this far, so I don't know what to expect really. Do you wanna try to fight them blind? Cause like I also experienced them on my first times this league. I faced Uber bosses for the first time, like Uber Ita faced it for the first time. Uber Maven faced that for the first time, and I beat both of them. I faced Uber Cortex. I want to say for the first time, I'm not entirely sure. But I think I faced Uber Cortex for the first time.
I need more mana.
Oh, I raised both of them up. There's 2 of them. 3 of them, actually. So now we get 2 more fiery cannibals. That should put us at 6. We can get to 7. How do you want to split the 7? I'm guessing I want to get 4 fiery cannibals and 3 of the ice guys. That is the split I'm going to start off with. 3 fiery cannibals, 2, no, 4. So we're gonna get 3 more fiery cannibals. Let's do that. I think that was C23 that did. I think that was Thai 23. There you have it. That did Uber out at level 24. Do you know how mind blowing it is to do Uber out at level 24? That is a flex no mere mortal can boast of. Like, that is a flex no mere mortal can boast of except him. So like, that is next level. That goes to show you just what you actually need to beat Uber bosses first and foremost. When you actually know the fight and you can play the fight. I did Exile and Ether blind. I went in and died one time each, then beat them before mechanics could repeat. Nice. For Uber Ether, to beat him, the mechanic that's most likely to kill you if you don't know about it is the beam. The beam probably killed you, right? To beat that, this is assuming you want to find out how to beat it, you know. But to clear that mechanic, you have to stand in the circle orbs, and you have to like stand in all of them until they pop, basically. So you have to be quick about it. Try not to step in the beam. The circle area for the beam is gonna get bigger. And yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. It can be dicey and you can still die. And for Exarch, ball phase is just skill at that point. Like, I hit ball phase. I hit ball phase especially on minions because like these guys, they have hitboxes. The balls have splash, and you know what happens when you dodge it but your minions don't? You're gonna eat shit. That's what's gonna happen. So like, when I tried Uber Exarch, that's exactly what happened. Like I expected. Uber Exarch was a whole ass disaster. You just don't do it unless you have like Val summon skellies. It's not worth even considering. Oh yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. But yeah, you avoid the beam he's shooting, and then you just go into the small circles and pop all of them. And if you do it in time, you survive. If you don't, it's gonna get big and one-shot you. Well, not one-shot you, but do big damage. Big damage. Is anybody listing fiery cannibals? I need them. I'm just going to sort according to, who was this? 325 flicker. Okay, my head's kind of sweaty now. Maybe I take off my headphones. Thank you. Yeah, I think I do that actually. It is getting quite sweaty. Oh wait, give me a second. I just realized why it's getting sweaty. Yeah, okay. Leave. Here's a trade. Here's a tip for trading items that are not the most popular. Sort according to listing time. You'll save yourself a lot of headache that way. People who list recently are more likely to sell to you. Because if I didn't need it, I wouldn't list it for X amount of money. But I could list it, not sell it in the required time, and then forget about it, and anybody that pings me afterward is just bothering me. So, pro tip. The problem now is not too many people are listing fiery cannibal to begin with because, you know, of obvious reasons. So maybe it's a case of maybe I just start farming ritual and get like a dump tap for corpses. Maybe that's what I do, because I do want to play around with a lot of corpses. That sounds so wrong out of context. That sounds so wrong out of context. It ain't even funny. Come on, someone else. I need one more. There we go. That's my one more. I'm spec more into Exile on my Atlas tree to try and get that amulet they drop. Oh, which one? Crystallized Omniscience? Thank you. Close this. Then bloop, bloop, bloop. Heard it sells for multiple divines. That it does. A quick price check puts the crystallized omniscience at 1 divine for the corrupted one. What is the non-corrupted one? Yeah, 2 divines. Yo, the fall from grace of crystallized omniscience, like way back when she was so expensive, every bull build wanted to use it, and now nobody wants it. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know if crystallized omniscience is a drop from regular Exile or Uber. Let me see. PoE wiki. Crystallized omniscience. No, this is a drop from Uber Exarch. Is there a different amulet? Let me see Exarch's drop table. Dissolution of the Flesh, Dawn Strider, Dawnbreaker. Okay, so the amulet is actually from Uber Exarch, not regular Exarch. So you need to farm T17s for that, for the for blazing fragments. This one right here. I don't have any right now. Oh, this fragment. Ashes of the Stars. Does Ashes drop from Exarch? Ashes of the Stars comes from Eta Worlds. This drops from Uber Eta Worlds. It doesn't drop from... Did you say Eta? Did I misread? Nah. It drops from Eta, not Exarch. But it's the Uber version, so it's this fragment, I think. This expensive one. Okay, we have our army. Let's just YOLO eat ourselves with our current setup with basically tier level 1 support gems into a tier 16. We're going to go Toxic Sewers, which is the map I have the most of, and we're going to see how I do. Completely experimental. We have no idea how we're actually gonna perform, but hey, we'll find out. This is like a useless glove, but I can't wait to switch out of it. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot wait to switch out of it. Why? I hate the fact that I have so many uniques, first and foremost. Like, I hate that simple fact. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Oh yeah, I didn't quality it up. I don't care about the drops though, so. But yeah, you upgraded your body armor to Conquest Lamella? What's that? Is that the base type? Yeah, it's a base type. Okay. Armor evasion. You were going for spell suppress, yeah? That makes sense. Then you can get PDR and spell suppress if you on the base like that. You know what? Let me use my headphones. Their base damage is honestly not bad. They need a whole lot more base damage because they're getting physical base damage which they can't do anything with, and we all know how small physical hits work. But with the physical base damage I'm also giving them, I'm making them gain some as cold, so they already have like some flat cold, which they're also converting to fire. So like it's not good. I'm not gonna act like it is. It's not good. But considering all level 1 support gems and everything, it's not bad. Could be better, but not bad. Of course, like I said, there is no visual clarity. Visual clarity is a thing of the past, but I think it has potential, to be honest. I think it has potential. I spent so much on my jewels, and to have to just replace them it's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Like literally some of my jewels cost 1 divine. Like some of my single ghastly eye jewels cost a divine. Simply because I was looking for like movement speed and yada yada. But with these guys, I don't need movement speed as much, so I can spec into other things. I even forgot to have a curse. Let me use my curse too and my offering. I don't see too many cremations though, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, like their firestorm is actually decent. I just need to give them very good base damage. This is something that, what's the name of that weapon, would have been really good at. Where on earth did they come from? What's the name of this thing again? The thing that got nerfed, Adorned. Adorned would have been really good for them. Like, Adorned would have actually been really good for them. Maybe I look for an Adorned all the same. Maybe I try to make an Adorned work. They're also probably not bad receivers of Flame Link if I wanna use Flame Link, but I can't stand Flame Link. 90% suppressed spell chance, 94 armor evasion, nice. 162 life, regen, fire res, and physical reflect. Congratulations. The suppress is big. That mod is the that's actually a high what's it called, tier, so not too bad. Congrats. What am I thinking about these guys? I could try to make Adorned work on them because they would be so effective with added damage, but the ice guys wouldn't be as effective with added damage. And honestly, instead of adding cold damage that then gets converted to fire and using fire pen with cold to fire and yada yada, what do I want to do? Can I just... Oh yeah, I said I wasn't going to skill crit, so I can actually unspec out to these points now. Let's get rid of the points. Wish it was 20. I mean, in theory, you could divine it and you'd hit it, but like, that's currency that you probably don't want to spend on it. And 99% is close enough. Like, that's literally the only thing you don't suppress one spell in 100. Those aren't bad odds, if you ask me. They are not bad odds. What can I do with these 3 points? Can I help my damage? Let's do this one, I guess. For now, this would do. I want to put my medium cluster jewel for them, but the medium cluster jewel setup was designed for melee minions that would need to walk up, so they had insane movement speed. But since the fiery cannibals already have like their gap closers, movement speed is not a needed stat anymore. So I'm gonna probably have to rework the POB to reflect all of these changes, and maybe even look at Adorned. But I kind of don't want to go Adorned because Adorned is going to make me have to like take more sockets, use less uniques. Like, I don't want to drop my mutable force. I don't want to drop freaking Watcher's Eye. I don't want to drop any of this. Like, Watcher's Eye is important for my defense. Now, I could also go block, but at this point, we're already tanky without block. So I'd rather not. So if I had to say how I would scale them, well, take this away. Take, why is it not this? The entire crit area is gone. I would then instead put it in a large cluster jewel. The large cluster jewel needs to not have renewal or vicious bite, of course. Vicious bite should be replaced with what? Honestly, anything here is fine. I don't care too much. It could be a stat you want, whatever, but renewal gets replaced with effects. Effect is just what we need. If we can get effect, then we get increased damage, and then we obviously want to have more points in here. We also want to drop this cluster. Probably drop this cluster. Instead, we run Fortress Covenants and Quickening Covenants, maybe. Or we can run Ghastly Eye Jewels with flats. I don't know how well they benefit from attack cast speed, but I would say at least there's a bare minimum they scale with it, because they all have like Firestorm may not, Cremation. Well, Firestorm has higher cast time, but if they have attack cast speed, then everything they do, and if I think I still have the page here. I only have 3 divines right now, and the chance is lucky. That's why I settled with 99%. It just irritates my OCD. No, I get that. The OCD part, I get it. It's unfortunate being like 99 when you're so close to 100. It's the same way with me when I have like with my other build. I have block and I get to like 90%. I get to like 90% ish. I can get to 89, but so long as there's 1% that I have to cap and I haven't gotten it, I'm like, what can I do to cap this shit? It's 1%, but I need that 1%, okay? It's important. This 1% is more important than the other 99% I have, okay? This 1% is important. We need to get to 1%. It's 1%. But in reality, it's like 1%, so. But yeah, I completely understand. So, if I were to try scaling all the flat damage I can, there's a part of me that thinks that I might just be better off doing flat fire, because flat fire just 100% goes into fire, and then the 100% benefits from awakened fire damage, and awakened of this damage, and awakened of that damage, and you know, yeah, fire. They all benefit from it. But if I go cold, then 50% of that damage would benefit from the supports, the fire specific supports I have. And granted, the fire specific supports I have are limited to fire pen, and the cold portion gets skilled by control destruction. It would get skilled by cold to fire, because this has increased cold, and it also has you know, cold as extra, cold converted, yada yada. The code gets converted and has extra. Then it gets supported by spell echo, because all their eye spells, you know, they would repeat also. And then there is also the I guess in this case it's Feeding Frenzy, but I'm gonna switch this. This I could actually I can't. I was gonna just give my main character's weapon to this, because that is the ideal weapon this character would have. Except that one has crits. So that one has attack cast speed. Never mind. That one is actually better. It's the exact same thing this one needs. This weapon right now is useless other than the +2. The +2 is all this weapon is providing right now. It is a genuine only thing it is providing. So let's get a cheap weapon, why don't we? Can you not build in a tattoo for 1% missing suppress? Are those tattoos still in the game? I feel like they removed the spell suppress. No, they are. They're very expensive. I just remembered. They are in the game, but they're expensive. They're like one of the more expensive tattoos. 1% Yeah, this is an option you have. You can use Ramako Shaman. Thank you, Yako. You can use this one, but like it's like a divine. It's like 2 divines actually each. Yeah, I just remembered. So you can spend 2 divines on this too. You know, it's guaranteed, assuming you have more than 10 dexterity over cap for what you need. Well, I feel like you're on the bottom right side of the tree already, so it should be, you should already have more than 10 dexterity you can spare. So we need to change this weapon. We can get a cheap weapon off of trade. What am I looking for in a weapon? We have level 26. We can afford to drop +1, but we can also gain it from awakened minion damage, but we don't have minion damage. But if I get an aggressive wand, Feeding Frenzy can go out and then it can still be in the ring. And Feeding Frenzy goes here, awakened minion damage comes here. We have our aggressive wand. So if I do the code, if I do flat code, in the idea of the end game version, the code will benefit from awakened minion damage, right? It would benefit from spell echo. Granted, it's only 50% of the or whatever base I give it. That actually remains cold, but it benefits from this. It would benefit from the cold damage. Then the 50% gets converted, and then the 50% that got converted then benefits from the fire damage supports that I have. Then it also benefits from control destruction. So in reality, the only thing that's exclusively fire is the fire pen, but the fire pen is necessary. And again, in a case where I give them 10 base damage, 8 of that base damage is going to be fire and 5 is going to be cold. But the 5 is benefiting from everything except fire pen, and then we still have 8. So in reality, by not giving them flat fire, we only lose out on 20% of the fire damage, but then we gain 50% of cold damage to benefit from everything else, to jump through many hoops to then multiply. I kind of like that idea. I kind of like that idea, to be honest. They would be really good recipients of Flame Link. Like, I just can't stand Link gameplay. Like, in theory, I can make a life stacker that would easily give them a lot of flat fire, and then you combine that with their firestorm and their cremation, and it's going to be big damage. But I just can't stand using links. Even if I skill all the effect in the world, it's still going to be like 20 seconds and out. Nah, can't do it. Can't do it. So I need to replace this and I need to replace this. These two need to be replaced. This can give me some minion damage. This can give me a lot of damage. But those are the next 2 things I'm going to do. The only way this works is if I give my main character's weapon to this character. I guess I could do that. We could leave this for tomorrow's stream where I would transfer the weapon. But in the meantime, let's look at POB and let's actually plan out some of the things we would want to change. Firstly, Mata's teaching has to go. We'd want a convoking wand. +1 all. +1 minion. Any amount of minion damage. Minion attack cast speed. Yeah. And then trigger. By having trigger, I also would save I save a gem socket by not having to go Arcanist brand anymore. We also change this to flesh offering or bone offering. I'll test out flesh offering, and if I don't like it, I'll just go bone offering. If I go bone offering, it's a shame not going block. It really is a shame not going mistress of sacrifice. And there is a universe where I drop Plaguebringer for Bone Offerings or for Mistress of Sacrifice simply because big AoE is not necessarily good for Firestorm. Because if it's in a smaller area, you're going to shotgun more and you're going to have more overlapping damage hitting the same target. Whereas when it's spread out more, less projectiles will hit that same target. But the alternative is with higher AoE, we have better clear. But at the same time, the ice guys already give really good clear. So there's also that. Emma Dave, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So there's that. But Plaguebringer is also more than just its AoE because it has the more damage multiplier, it has reduced damage. And when I say the range on Plaguebringer actually surprised me, like it actually surprises me every single time I see it. And I can show you what the range looks like. It's insanely large. I was surprised by how large it was. So you see how there are now corpses here. Plaguebringer. It's still there. It doesn't get cut off until it's almost off screen. So long as there's a corpse on your screen, you and your minion should be benefiting from this. Unless your minion is like here, maybe. Now you're the one that has to have it. If you have it, your nearby allies deal more damage and your nearby enemies deal less damage, so or deal reduced damage. So yeah, like the range on this thing is insane. So there is a good chance I would want to keep it. Have I removed the AoE? No, I haven't. There we go. AoE gone, increased effect of offering added. So yeah, perfect. Fiery Cannibal. Rosy Cannibal. It is hard to calculate Fiery Cannibal's DPS, I believe, because I think this might be calculating each. Now that I think about it, might be calculating each one of the Firestorm's hits. And this impacts every 0.1 seconds and it lasts 3 seconds. So in theory, that should be 10 a second and 30 over the course of the 3 seconds. Which means if we assume that over these 3 seconds, we hit 30%. So we hit 10. What up, Emma? Side eye. What up? Disclaimer. Not interested in buying anything, not interested in anything whatsoever related to art or whatever. If that's what you want, sorry to tell you, I'm not interested. Now that that's out of the way, if you are actually here for content, what up? Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I mean, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, 3 seconds, 10 a second, 30. If we were to assume they get hit by, let's say, 10 projectiles, or even 8 projectiles. If they get hit by 8 projectiles, I do believe this is attack cast rate is 2.02, hit rate is 10. So this is calculating the hit rate. So the hits DPS is 102k. So the average hit is 10k. So it should be 10k. But then there are 6 of them. So this should be 600k, I guess. Actually, there are 4 of them. So 400k. We remove. Remove this. Remove this. This is not needed. Not needed. Not needed. And the same goes. I'll just delete you until. Awaken minion damage. Awaken cold pen. Bruh. Oi, POB. Any day, please. Hold to fire. This doesn't. This is also a support gem I should think about really well, because this has no effect on my fire spectre, so it has no effect on my DPS. But that being said, it has huge effect on my ice specters. Then the question is it worth it? I could easily go 4 and 4 and then I have a perfect warlord in my ring to give me endurance charges. Like that is something I could do. Kind of what another thing I want to see is, so onslaught reduces the DPS for some reason. Needed water. So where were we? Why is this invalid? Manage specters. Perfect warlord. You happy now? Anyways, so yeah, this will have big effect on my cold, but not my fires. But maybe it's a necessary sacrifice. Maybe we just remove it altogether. We'll see. Unfortunately, there's no conversion of there's no way to convert minion elemental damage from one type to another, other than, you know, something like this. Otherwise, we could have looked at other options, like maybe even if, I mean, to be fair, replica grip of the council can give us base gained as fire, and that would help the fire guy specifically because he's the only one that has physical damage. Well, no, he's not the only one, I don't think. She has fire damage from Molten Strike, or physical damage from Molten Strike. This is the only projectile. No, this has projectiles too. These two are the projectile skills. This does not have projectile from what I can see. Is this cascadable? Huh? You can't support minion skills, right? Cascade. Cannot modify the skills of minions. There it is. So it can't work. Okay, cool. I got my eyes on both of you. This says cascadable. Why would they have cascade? I mean, granted, I don't know that enemy mobs can cascade any spells. I don't see why this would be cascadable. But to each their own, you know. Each their own. Who knows why? Okay. Then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, is it really smart to even just scale the ice guys at all? Or should I just go ham on the fire? Because what is the ice really bringing to the table? Like, I'll have ice. because I want them empowered. But like this in theory should be good AoE, and if we're converting to eyes and we're scaling both, it should be at least decent. But is this really bringing so much to the table that I shouldn't just have more firestorms? For a clear scenario, maybe. Like I'm gonna have to see just how much damage they have in a setup where they should have damage. Like I don't expect them to have damage with the current setup because there's so much they can't use. They can't use my gloves, they can't use my weapon, they can't use anything, right? But they're able to clear T16, so that's fine. But I also understand like they're able to clear T16 because I've also invested in the character. This is not trash gear. This is what I have currently is not trash gear. Like this costs tens of divine. This is this costs tens of divines. This costs over 10 divines too, to be honest, because I probably greeded it a bit more than I should have. I didn't want to settle on 30 something% minion damage, and as such I now have to deal with energy shield. So like that's my price to pay. Oh lord, that's my price to pay. I could honestly recraft it now that I have basically botched. Like I'm not using crit anymore, so I can actually recraft this. How many fossils do I have? Bound fossils in the 40s, 60 something. I should be able to hit +1 at least once or twice. Maybe I can get something good. Maybe. I'll look into it. The goal right now would be level to minion damage, life, and then into suffixes where you can get. You can't get attack cast speed, I don't believe. You can get life, so minion max life would be good, or just res. I could just get chaos res. I need chaos res because I want to replace this. This is not a part of my. This was never a part of the plan. This is just because I ran out of currency. I didn't run out of currency, but I ran out of liquid currency. And since I got my currency back, I'm just like, don't feel like spending on Una tolls right now. Anyways, oh wait, our boots are back. I am scatterbrained and I don't even mind. My boots are back. I wanted to see just how much I would get from this. I think I sent them out with like both like 700k or something, or I tried to get them under a million. So I want to see if I get any divines. And then if I do, I just keep doing what I'm doing, which is I just send 2,500 of each resource, I think, and then I send like 200k dust, or was it 100k dust, something like that, 125 maybe. Exalt, this is the wrong one, but this is not bad. These two, but did I get any good tattoos? Naturally, I did not. And why you highlighted? It's not like you're good. I don't know why you highlighted, but I did want to send to do this, so.
Not bad, not bad.
What is this?
What was I doing again?
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, that's it. So no divines there. Let's check the other one. Don't disappoint me. Yeah, this is the one I was really looking forward to. Like, this one was in theory supposed to be the one, you know. But it is not. No, that's not good as far as I know. Okay. Anyways. Now that we're done getting distracted, I hope. Back to what we're thinking of. So yeah, cold to fire. We'll figure out the nooks and crannies later on. I don't care too much. No, we're trying to do firestorm, please. So don't show me supports for melee attacks. I don't care about melee attacks. Awaken added code is one of the best supports I can give it since I gave it cold to fire. Really? Oh. I mean, it's not better than control destruction because control destruction also gives on nerve. So it's not better than that. But like, that is interesting actually. I mean, this is not going to be reason enough for me to... Yeah, Firestorm really wants flat damage. That I know. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is a 6 link. So with my Una tolls, what would the last link be? I guess it's Awaken Fire Pen. Ellie Pen is also pretty good. But I'll go Awaken Fire Pen because Awaken Fire Pen also allows me to expose to fire. No, they're not exposed to cold. Why would they be exposed to cold? Am I bugging? Do I have a sort of Awaken cold? No. Oh, this is not needed anymore. Bone chill is still necessary because we can apply chill using... We can apply chill using his Arctic armor. Because this drops chilled ground no matter what, he'll be chilled. Or they'll be chilled, so... You'd have a chill and then the person who is, you know, in the support gem can apply bone chill, which would then give increased damage based on for that chill, the highest chill effect. So we can still use bone chill there. At the end of the day, we still go back to Calling Strike because we no longer have a forest warrior. I don't think I want to have a forest warrior. Do I want to? Let me think. Is the onslaught really necessary? It saves us a support gem and it gives on onslaught. Onslaught makes the ice guy do his things quicker. It makes the fire caster spells and whatnot quicker. But when I think of the actual damage, it's not going to increase like Firestorm's single target DPS. Yeah, I don't think Onslaught is really the best fit here, so I think I just go for this. So is there anything here that... Oh, that's what it was. I had a Awaken Code pen too. So let me see something. If I go for Awaken Control, if I go for this one, would it still be the highest DPS? I guess it is. I guess it still is. Okay. So what would be a proper next link? Conk Effect would be good for Firestorm, but it'd be bad for it'd be very bad for the ice guy because he's supposed to be the wave clear guy, and his wave clear is AoE circle. It'd be bad for him. Early focus would be bad because then I wouldn't have chill. Hypothermia would be bad because hypothermia wouldn't be bad because the ice guy would apply chill, and this is just 29% generic more damage with hits against chilled enemies. You just have to be chilled. The ice guys would apply the chill, and then they all have the 29% more. Hypothermia is not bad. But concentrated effects, is really good. Like it's 39% more. You don't get 39% more just anywhere. You don't get it just anywhere. What are we deciding to do? What is it gonna be? Conk effect also has the added benefit of being a blue gem. If it's a blue gem, I don't have to get 3 blues. Wait, never mind. It actually doesn't matter because this goes with my Unetos, and Uneto can be whatever color. It doesn't give a fuck. But if I have Conk effect, then I can put one of the reds or greens in there, and that would reduce the requirements of like rolling chromatics and whatnot. I honestly want to try Conk effect, but there's no awakened Conk effect yet. Yeah, right? Yeah, just Conk effect. Oh, I want to say this, but also like hypothermia. There's no one that wouldn't like it. Only person that might not like it is like Firestorm before the Ice Guys catch up. There would be like there'd be this gap where they don't benefit from the more damage multiplier here. But as soon as the Ice Guys catch up, they'll be chilled. Not to mention, even the fire people would have a lot of added cold damage, and because they have so much added cold damage, they might be able to chill. I don't know that they can, but they might be able to. Let me see. Chill is entirely dependent on how big the cold damage hit is, right? The bigger the hit, the more chill effects it is, versus of course the mob's ailment threshold. I'll try Conk effect first. If it doesn't work, I'll go hypothermia. We're gonna try either way. So this is 4 of them, and then Control C, Control V, take it back up here, and then there's going to be 3 of you. Huh. I can do 4-4. Is there a support Spectre I really want to have here? Think. Is there one? I guess I have to sort out my auras first. This is anger. Instead of anger, I could do zealotry. Zealotry, even though I am not scaling fist to whatever, would be pretty efficient. But like we said, Firestorm loves flat damage. So anger, with its flat damage and all my scaling and generosity, I should be able to get something like this, which again goes straight into Firestorm with 100% effectiveness. So Zealotry has the more damage, but this has just, you know, flat fire. I would honestly like to fit in Zealotry if I can. I don't think there's a universe where I can do. Well, I have some points to spare, so I can just repath here and pick up Charisma. Anoint Charisma, save, we get a lot of mana. Turn off Precision, we get a lot of mana. Is there a universe I can now fit in Zealotry? I don't think so. Like, I only have 25%. I don't have that much reservation efficiency. Yeah. I would have to drop Flesh and Stone. Which I mean, it's not the end of the world if I drop Flesh and Stone. Determination will take its spot. At least it hurts more to lose Determination than it does to lose Flesh and Stone, yeah? No? Huh. My Fizz max it is just as high, but let me turn off Immortal Call for a second. So if I just go Determination, this is 28k. If I go Flesh and Stone, it's 21k, but Flesh and Stone is conditional, whereas Determination is not. So I'm gonna go with Determination. But either way, now I can fit in Zealotry, and I can get rid of Precision. So between Zealotry, Anger, and those are the only two offensives we have, right? So yeah, Determination comes here. Is there a universe? Let's see. I'm just playing around here. Enlighten. No, there's no universe. Nah, there isn't. Okay. If I run Enlighten, I can also still drop Charisma. There's that. I can run a low level Precision. And keep in mind that I still saved this should be body armor. Body armor. But I guess it should be none, because it's just for simulating the frozen cannibals. With your glacial cascade, I'm just gonna put it at. But yeah, I'm still thinking about going just for these. Can we think of a support Spectre that would be interesting to use? Oh shit. I just thought about one. I just fucking thought about one. The Tokuhama Vanguard, we could use them. They apply big exposure. The apply exposure, I think, is minus 30% fire res. Yokohama's Vanguard, that's the thing. The apply exposure of 30% minus 25, not 30, 25. Which is better than the typical 15 you would get from the support gem. So this would be much bigger. I would have gone Zoff Sloyer, but I don't think Zoff Sloyer works. Zoff Sloyer in theory should be applying cover and ash to the enemy, but back when I tried it, and I think it was Tota, I think it didn't look like it was covering anybody in ash. Like the ash animation that should slow them down and everything, no enemy had it, and it doesn't seem like a skill they use. Let me see if Dominator talks about it. PoE Zoff Loyal. It generally do quite a bit more damage in practice than PoB states. Sadly, it is on a base 10-second cooldown. Doesn't overlap inside it, having yada yada. PoEDB like to use this. People like to use as support Spectre since they cover enemies in Ash. They, however, only cast this ability when they reach less than half-life. After they have used the ability once, they will never use it again until the zone is reloaded on a new zone is even when it reaches half HP again. So yeah. So that's why I never noticed it. So yeah, they don't actually apply Cover in Ash. Cause I thought I was bugging. I'm like, yo, where is the ability they're supposed to have? But they don't have it. So yeah, we can use Tukohama's Vanguard as that extra bit of layer. Now, if we do not need if we do not need fire exposure, right? Let's say we don't need fire exposure. Is this necessary at that point? We've removed the exposure from the equation. Now it's just 39% fire pen versus 28% all pen. And remember, we're going to be giving them flat cold. So the 50% of the damage that is not being converted to cold that we're adding. And remember, we also have this one. So 50% of all this added cold damage is not going to be penetrating anything. But if we use elemental, then it's like, instead of having just 80% pen, 39%, we have 50% pen, 28%. We can probably do the math real quick. Honestly, we can just do the math. I don't know if this math will be correct, but I'm just going to do some napkin math. We have 80% on the math of the pen of damage doing penetrating 0.39. No, this isn't correct. Let's use an example of 10 damage. With 10 damage, I'm going to use 10 damage, and give me a second, I'm getting a call. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, we're going to do a quick test just based off of so these are the parameters of the test. We're going to use 10 damage. This is 10 cold damage specifically. Right? So we're going to use the 10 cold damage. Now the parameters are the person has 0% pen, so pen is less effective. So it's going to be 0% 0% resistance rather. So pen is 39% pen is 39% more damage. That's easy to understand, right? So in this case, where's this? In this case, we have 10. Let's use 100 cold damage base, no resistance. So if we were to do all the conversions, we would end up with 50 cold, 50 fire, and then 30 fire, approximately 29 fire, right? Then in the event of 39% fire pen, that would give us 80 times 1.39. 111 plus 50 cold damage. 161 damage, hybrid damage. Now in the event of 28%, was it? In the event of 28% pen, that would be all this damage is penning for 28. So instead of 80 times, we do 130 times 1.28, which gives 166 damage. So this ends up being more damage. Now, with more resistance, pen becomes more efficient. So I don't know how this skews the calculation, but 0% resistance, the 28% early pen is just as effective is more effective than 39% fire pen, because it's also helping the 50 fire cold damage rather. So I will be going early pen instead, because again, the exposure is not an issue. Nearby enemies. Where's the exposure one? Here? I think it's this one. So what if I did this? Remove exposure, but then nearby enemies have minus 25% fire resistance. There we go. Tuku, Hammer, Vanguard. So that would be one of the support specters that would be... We can honestly leave it in here, I think. Can we? It would benefit from awakening minion damage. It uses a totem. So minion damage is good. This is good. This is not good. It can't use added damage. It can use this. It can use this. It doesn't use AoE, so I guess it can't use this per se, because it doesn't have area attack. Yeah, it doesn't have area attack, so it can't use conk effect, because it's just scorching ray totems pretty much. And it's a dot, so it can't convert, so it doesn't use this either, but it's fire, so it doesn't need to convert. So it uses this, so that's 2, and uses, it's a dot, it doesn't pen. It basically benefits only from these two. Versus, if we were to put it here, Feeding Frenzy is on hits. So it doesn't even hit because it's a totem. It doesn't hit. So it can't give me Feeding Frenzy either. It also cannot chill because it doesn't hit. Actually, no, it can chill without hitting. This is more cool damage, so you don't benefit from that. You basically don't benefit from anything here. Like nothing. So, except mid shield, they benefit from the defensiveness and I'm not taunt on hit, but like They don't benefit. I'll just put them there in the main link. Effort. They will be in the main link. They can choose to not benefit from anything. Who cares? They don't care. We don't have them for damage. Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that. So they have exposure, they have Ellie Pen, they have conk effect, added cold damage, we have cold to fire, yada yada yada. All our jewels are going to be converted from. We have 4 jewels. So if POB can open any of them in any amount of time that doesn't take forever, that'd be really awesome. This goes from fizz to cold. Save. Fizz to cold. Fizz to cold. We're also going to remove all the movement speed too. That is something we should also work on. We no longer need the movement speed, so we just opened up a whole lot of suffixes now by not needing movement speed. I don't mind having a single one that has like taunt on hits because they all attack, even though they don't attack often. Leech damage as life is probably good. But they've all been converted to cold, right? Yeah. Well, I forgot to. I changed the leech here and I didn't change the physical. Cold. So yeah. So now everything should have some level of cold damage to it. Okay. So just based off of this, the Perfect Fiery Cannibal with its Firestorm should have added code of 562. Going through all the modifiers converts some of this cold damage to fire, so 80%. And then we have this one that is 31k fire and then 15k cold to fire. 9% conversion, so 15,000 yada yada yada. And all of this gets to where we are at 3.7 mil DPS with Firestorm. Now Firestorm doesn't exactly calculate its damage properly, so I can't really say anything. Remove that. Yeah, it goes from -10 to -25 based by adding Tukohama Vanguard. That's a big difference. Now, I don't know if it's gonna be a big difference in maps that have like enemies with like 130 fire res, because if you remove 25, you're still gonna be 110, like doesn't really help you too much. But between that and your curse, the curse is also something else. I guess I'm gonna see where's curse. Here. This I'll probably try to put it somewhere else, but let's see. Frostbite versus Ellie res. Frostbite. Flammability versus Ellie res. Flammability is -36% fire res, a chance to ignite yada yada, but -36. Ellie weakness is -30. So they gain 6% fire res, but then their cold res is also reduced even further. So Ellie weakness is also big. So that puts us as 4.5 mil DPS. This is kind of where we started off, but we're now getting most of it from here. And then this is also giving 1 million. Like Glacial Cascade has also been going up in damage. But yeah, Glacial Cascade is gonna do big damage, and Glacial Cascade is going to trigger the other one, Ice Nova. Well, POB is not going to calculate that either, so you know, no point in remembering it even. What else? For the most part, I think this is fine. This is a fine area to. This should be going to my boots. And alongside the boots, this is probably where Convocation will end up going to, or whatever is in this trigger. Elemental weakness goes there. Then something else will come here. I don't know what is gonna come here, but something else is gonna come here. Flesh and Stone is 25% mana reservation, so I can't do that. I don't think I need Vitality because Oak already provides Vitality. We have more than enough endurance charges, yada yada yada. Let's turn Immortal Call back on. Save. How long does our Immortal Call last right now? 3 seconds. Even with the more gem, just 3. I guess it was 2.5 before, so it works. So it's up more than it's down. I'm happy with this POB. This is the only one where I can still switch them and I'd be fine with. But I'm happy with this POB. This is their only source of increased AoE, no other source of increased AoE. Plus, with conk effects, we also reduce that AoE even more than we probably increase it, so it also still works out. And if we notice the AoE is not enough, then we can always switch it. And we're gonna run one last map to one last map before we end stream. How's that? Quick map. Toxic suit. Let's use an open layer. Let's use City Square. I guess Jungle Valley is also good. I haven't run Jungle Valley. Reflect Ellie? Just say you don't want me to run the map. I can run Reflect Fizz if that helps you. When you stack, you know the funny thing? When you stack endurance charges, you don't need to worry too much about minus Ellie res. At least not as much. And the reason is simple. Because now it's generic Ellie damage reduction, so it works. So I'm going to need added cold damage in here. What does it do? Change? Added cold damage is needed, pretty much. And look, we have conk effect here. We don't have conk effect. I thought we had conk effect. Okay, let's use conk effect for now. It's less damage, I think. 31% more. Yes, less damage, but let's see what their AoE looks like. Yeah, all the added damage is really gonna stack up between the Firestorm and the Cremations. And in terms of conk effect, like, it actually really reduces the area where the Firestorm hits. Like, they will actually get hit by so many of them, it's not even funny. All right. So let's switch this back. So yeah, we're gonna rework our character and get it ready for this version by tomorrow. How much of this am I gonna do off stream? Probably a lot of it. Or I could, if you guys want, I could also just wait till stream. Am I lagging or what's happening here? Why am I losing? Oh, Eldritch minions. I'll be honest, I'm barely noticing the ice guys. Like, I know they are in theory doing stuff. In theory. I don't know what killed me. I don't think I heard any pops or anything. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting build to leave unmuted. And it does look like their cremations actually stack. Like the Iron Spreader, like the Caldera Ravagers, they actually stack up on each other. They might actually be the Spectre I've been looking for in terms of just pure cremation shenanigans or on hits damage shenanigans. They are probably the best recipients of added fire damage. I can't wait to get rid of Feeding Frenzy for an actual damage support. Like in reality, this should be what I have. Like, look at that. Look at the damage, the DPS difference. What is dropping? Oh. I'm gonna hold on to this point. That's what's gonna happen. We're going to remove Beta's Rat. I can't remove it. Yo, the firestorm is insane. And it's gonna have so much in the way of like holy hell. Like all I can think of is how effective yo, where's my call? All I can think of there is how effective added damage would be, because every single hit is benefiting from it. Every single one at the 100% efficiency. It is gonna be something. It really is. It really is. Almost inclined to add added lightning damage, but that wouldn't be worth it, no. It would not be worth it, especially compared to like Conk Effect or something. Because if it was, it would have been recommended, you know. Added lightning is all the way over here. Even added area of effect would give more damage than it. Combustion could be decent because of the reduced fire resistance, but oh wait. Oh, enemies ignited. I was about to give this to these guys, but they are not going to ignite. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Okay, this wouldn't count as ignite. This is just if this would count as burning, but not an ignite. So yeah, it wouldn't work. Yeah, it causes burning. It's not an ignite. Okay. Duly noted. But yeah, combustion will not be used by the supports. But yeah, this is fine. I like it. This is going to be what we respect to tomorrow. There is still a universe where I still go Dread March simply because I need the PDR and resistance, and I'm gonna go for like one of them. Not both of them anymore. Like maybe this could be what I do, and then I cut this one off entirely. This is likely what I would end up doing. This is actually likely what I would end up doing. And eventually we might remove something like Conk Effect or Control Destruction. Or... Didn't I replace this with Ellie Pen? What the hell? Why is it back to Fire Pen? The reason I'm not using it is because Fire Pen would have been good if I didn't need if I didn't need exposure. If I needed the exposure, it would have been better, but I don't need the exposure, so it's not. All right, so with all of this, oh, I see why this max it is better, because Immortal Call helps this and Endurance Charges help this, whereas Chaos isn't helped. That explains it. It just finally made sense to me. Like, it didn't make sense as to why the Chaos was so much lower, but now it does. Anyways, with the POB done, you guys can expect to see some first looks into this tomorrow, and we're gonna see how it goes. Fingers crossed. I really hope they turn out to be as good as I imagine they could be. And if they're not, then I mean, it is what it is. We tried our best, right? So that's all we can really do. But I don't see how it could be bad between Firestorm, Cremation, and Firestorm, Cremation, and Molten Strike. Well, Molten Strike needs accuracy, so I don't really care as much, but it also still benefits heavily from added damage so long as it hits. So between those three abilities, there should be a lot of use of the flat damages we're getting from the different sources, and I'm hoping it turns out really good. We'll see. But anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. And